Happy Monday, everybody. I hope everyone had a fantastic weekend. I hope you're all having a great Monday so far today. So kids are off today, so I started a little early, and we'll probably mess around for a bit. But we're going to do more Satisfactory today. And hopefully, maybe get my together and start completing some stuff for Phase 4, as well as completing the milestones. So we have, I think, everything that we need to do is in production and going. We just need to put it all together. So we're going to get everything together today and start actually making progress other than just random building. We did do a backwards stream where built a couple cable stay bridges. And then at the end of the stream, after spending all that time getting them to look good and getting them how I like them, I realized that the two of them were different heights, which was fine. So I might have this weekend, while I was watching the finals of Siege, torn those down and done something completely different. So if you want to see the cable stay bridges that I did, you're going to have to go watch the VOD on backwards because they're gone. Because they're garbage. So I made them look like a Roman aqueduct. We'll look at that in a minute. So we have to get our aluminum stuff shipped over to our main factory and expand the production there and start putting together things like radio control units and all that stuff. So that is the plan for today, is we're going to make some progression. That's the plan. Anyway, let's get started, shall we? Let's get this party started. Maybe. If the game wants to load up. There it is. There it is. Matt, Zell, Kim, hi. Alright, so first things first. Factory. It is here. So we have some room on top here. I did extend the floor a little bit on the top level. Over the top here, where our trains run through. So we'll have some room for more production up there. So we have our trains here. And then down yonder, I tore down those cable stay bridges and put in essentially aqueducts going down the ramps. I think that actually looks a lot cleaner than the cable stay bridges did. Did I miss a piece over here? I did. Okay. Anyway, that's what I replaced those with. So these are no longer just floating platforms in the sky coming out of the factory. So it actually looks reasonable now. So there's that. So the other thing we're going to do, let me go, I want to complete this milestone. So I have the aluminum sheets. I have the, the casings. We can grab motors. We have all our crystal stuff is here. We have silica and processed quartz here. So we can start making crystal oscillators. So that we can oscillate, which is important. Oscillation is important. So first thing, we need to get those going. And then we're going to need to get radio control unit production going, which is going to be my next step. So we're going to need computers, we're going to need casings, and we're going to need crystal oscillators. So crystal oscillator production will start, and then we have to get casings shipped over here. So that will be a thing. So we need 50 of those. I also need a lot of motors. What is in this? Oh yeah. I keep forgetting about that. Alright, let me go grab some stacks of motors. We have a lot of motors built up because we're not doing any final production yet. Okay, good morning. I hope everybody had a good weekend. by the way. I got more motors over here. Hasn't quite built up enough to fill up that storage thing, but it has filled up this one. That's 150. Do I have... the frames in there. Anything else I can drop out of my inventory? How about that? I don't need that. I actually only have 35 concrete in my inventory at the moment. You know what? Let me drop another stack of silica. Okay. So I've got 150, so I need... There we go. Alright, that will give me enough motors. So then, we need 50 radio control units. I can make some crystal oscillators by hand. But we're gonna need more than that. We have to get, like, actual production going on those. Oh, I don't have any more casings on me. That's why. Okay. So, let's do crystal oscillators first. Right? Right. Crystal oscillators take... We have 2 recipes. So we can do rubber and AI limiters. Which I think I might do because the production on that is significantly higher. Like, if we overclock it to 2 per minute, that is quite good. 18 crystal per minute to 20 crystal per minute for 2. 14 rubber per minute is not a problem. I'm not really using... I have stacks and stacks of rubber. AI limiters will be... not a big problem either, because we have lots of that. So let's do a assembler for AI limiters, and then we'll do a manufacturer for crystal oscillators. Why is the Canadian curling team cheating? Yo, it's really funny, by the way. If you didn't see, you should definitely catch up on the curling scuttlebutt, because it is quite funny. Mind building some of those AI limiters IRL? That'd be nice. Anybody see that OpenAI discreetly let everybody know that their product straight up hallucinates stuff, and there's not really any way they can fix that because it's just how it works. So don't rely on it for anything accurate. Anyway, it's fine. Everything is fine. AI limiters takes quick wire and copper sheets. So let's put an assembler here-ish. An assemblage. Back a little more. Put you there. Haven't we known that forever? Yes, but they haven't directly admitted it. But now they have. Which is just extra funny. AI limiter. There we go. Okay. Copper sheets. Which at the moment I'm not using for anything other than just making storage. So let's throw a lift on you. Like that. And then we should... Too long, you son of a... be able to do that. Okay. That's those guys. Good, good. Good, good, good. That's copper stuff coming in. I really got to go through and color code everything, you know? I keep forgetting. Because I didn't have these finishes when I first made everything. But it's very pleasing. It pleases me to have every piece of the factory color coded to what it is doing. I'm not getting distracted. You're getting distracted. Shut up. This is part of the process. Okay? Part of the process. You're not copper. No. Copper comes from outside. Also, I have to redo all of my power lines in here. I didn't have the wall-mounted ones when I built this, so I have, like, regular power poles everywhere, which that'll need to change. But, okay. I'm not distracted anymore, probably, maybe. So... that's that. So now we need quick wire, which we have over at the train station. So we got to get quick wire over here, which I should be able to bring up from below. Probably.
Just floating around tugboating people.
Yeah, we should be able to get it across there. Should be fine. Valk, thank you for 68 months. Thank you so much for the tier 2. I hope you're doing well, bud. Thank you, thank you. Happy Monday. Alright, so that's there. Should be able to run that across here. Creates phantom evidence. God. Oh boy. Alright, so if you're there, where is Quickwire? I don't think I even have Quickwire in a storage container yet, which is going to be problematic. But we can line up some more storage containers. Here. Because we need to get the quick wire across. And then the 2 crystal products across. So this one will be the quick wire. So we're going to go across the roof here. We could do Mark 5 belt. Make it super fast. Super fast. Extra fast. So let's go to here. So then we go here to there. And then you to there. Gotta go fast. Zoom. Look at the pace. Look at the speed on that thing. Lord, that's moving. Whew. That's gonna fill up very quickly. Okay, so then we are gonna do... I don't actually need... I don't need all that much. I need 100 per minute. So we can do just a regular Mark III belt. And we'll go along here. That. Was too far. No. Do it this way. There. There. I might have to... Yeah, that'll have to come up. That'll be alright. So you need to go... there? Out. Oh, why is that the wrong direction? God. You know? There we go. Nice. Okay. All right. That drops down to there. Yep. Then that's going to come across the roof. So we'll put you here. Too long. You to there. We good? There it goes. Okay. So then we scooch back up here. And plug you in. Okay. So then we need to power that. Requires starting to load. Copper sheets are starting to load. And we got 5 AI limiters per minute. Let's throw you right here. Okay. That's that. So then we oscillate. So then we need a manufacturer with crystal, rubber, and AI limiters. So if we're making 2 per minute, very slight overclock, we'll need 20 crystal, 14 rubber, and 2 AI limiters per minute. This one's making 5, right? Okay, so then what? Radio control units takes 1.25 crystal oscillators per minute. Okay. So we'll probably have 2 manufacturers going, making these. We'll have enough AI limiters. We should have enough rubber. Won't be a problem. And crystal will have enough. Alright, so 2 manufacturers making those. Do I want to put them here or put them up above? Rubber and crystal is going to come from the train station. AI limiters are going to come from here. I think I'm going to put that stuff over here. Over here? Over there. I don't need screws for anything right now. I'm just just making screws to put them into a sink. That's neat. Yeah, I guess we'll put the manufacturers here, right? Sure. Oh, I need frames. I don't have any frames. So let me grab frames. And some plastic as well. And then I gotta redo... This stuff is still making, like, stuff from the last phase. Which, to be fair... Oops. To be fair, I think I still need. So, it's not the end of the world. I was just syncing that stuff, which is how I got so many tickets for a while, but... I need... you guys. That's my frames, and then I need some plastic. Okay. That's enough for that. So then rubber is going to go up yonder. And then crystal is going to go up yonder, which I'm going to put crystal into these. So while we're over here, let's move crystal into those. This one is crystal. And we've got silica there, which is not being used in any processes yet. So I'm going to do the same thing with a Mark V lift up to the roof.
Just floating around tugboating people.
Pat, thank you for 25 months. But learning to ski in your 40s is an amazing way to meet people. Why, just yesterday I met 2 paramedics, 3 nurses, and I almost met Jesus. Thank you for 25 months, bud. I realized the other day I haven't been skiing since I was my daughter's age, which is kind of crazy. But that's also when I needed my first knee surgery, so not actually that crazy. Oh, that's annoying. What if I bring you over slightly more? Zeno, good morning, bud. Do that. And that. Zoom. Man, the Mark V belts are so much fun. I don't even think I've seen Mark VI belts run, but man, those are just so fast. Kind of make your eyes go crossed. Alright. That's the crystal there. Then we're going to need rubber. So we can split the rubber off. Let me go get the manufacturers put together and then... yeah, Pat, go right ahead. My answer is going to be start with darebee.com. DAREBEE. And do some of their intro early body weight stuff. Super easy programs of every activity level. And just do little stuff. Don't try to do too much all at once. Just get into the habit of doing little stuff. And then build from there. And that's the best thing. Because you don't need any equipment. You don't need to commit to a gym. You don't need to do anything. Just... it's literally like jumping jacks and a little bit of yoga stuff and whatnot. So. Scuzzy, what's going on? Also, I got distracted. Also, the curling drama is hilarious. If you haven't followed the curling drama, my God, it's great. It is sensational. Curling drama? Yeah. So, what had happened was, the Canadian curlers were cheating. And the Swedish curlers, this is the men's team, called them out on it. And told the curling committee and whatnot, and called them out on it, and showed video evidence of their cheating. So, like, in curling, Jamie, how's it going? In curling, there's 2 lines on the ice called the hog line, and you have to release the stone before the hog line, and then it has to get past the opposite hog line for it to count as in play. So the way they measure, they don't use... It's a gentleman's game, so they self-govern. They don't have umpires sitting on the hog line anymore because there are sensors in the handle of the curling stone and then lasers on the hog line that detect that you've let go of it at the right time. So what they were doing is they're releasing the stone and then, like, releasing it and then poking the actual physical granite to push it along after the hog line. Double touching. Yeah. And they adamantly refused they were not doing that, despite the fact it's on video of them. Boop. So it was a whole thing. They got into a shouting match on the ice. It was great. It was great. The next day, after all this kerfuffle, after the Canadians making an absolute scene about how they're being falsely accused of cheating, the next day, the skip of the women's Canadian team got called for double touching, for letting go and poking, because of the kerfuffle the previous day. They put judges on the hog line for the Canadian match. And guess what? They were cheating too. FLCL. How is there no curling anime? It is built for it. built for it. By the way, if you follow sports at all, this is on the back of just a couple of years ago, the Canadians' national soccer teams, men's and women's, got in a lot of trouble for cheating. They were using drones to record their opponents' practices and stuff. Like, apparently they've been consulting with Bill Belichick. Like, it's incredible. Yeah, there is I saw the manga, but there, like, a haiku style curling anime would be incredible. That would be incredible. Anyway, curling drama. It's the best thing. Also, the Canadian guy going back at the Swedish guy and going like, well, you're the one that's tap dancing on my draw line. I nearly asphyxiated. I nearly died. Absolutely incredible. Peak pure cinema. You really couldn't ask for anything more. I mean, you could, but need a sitcom about this, right? It's so, I'm telling you, a curling anime would dominate. Yeah, it's really funny. It is genuinely just like really funny. Oh, why don't I just do 4 instead of having to... Instead of making 2 manufacturers, why don't I just overclock this to 4? That's way easier. Yeah. Why would I make 2 when I can just do 1? I don't really have... I don't have any worries about power overhead at the moment, Pat. So I will live in my hubris. I have... Right now, I've got 8,000. Also, I need to redo the pipes on my fuel gens, because, my turbo fuel gens keep choking down, and it's the way I have the pipes set up, and I really gotta redo it. Why are you so tired and sore? Yeah, that's 2 or 3. I know which ones it is. There's a cluster... There's 2 clusters at the end of the whole pipe run that are constantly chugging down. Because I had an issue with some of my refineries earlier in the chain, so then it's causing some fluctuation. Alright, so we got to get AI limiters, rubber, and quartz crystal up here. So AI limiters will be the easy one. Let's put you here. That's not what I want. That's what I want. Okay. That's not correct. Yeah. And then you... Okay. AI limiters. Going that way. Good old math. Everyone's favorite. You know what? I might bring the crystal and the rubber into here. And then run it across. Go up to the ceiling here and then out. So we need rubber. I can put a splitter on the vertical. Wait, that's the rubber line, right? Yeah. Okay. So we'll put you right there. No. Put you a little lower. Whoa, 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 whoa. Hang on. So I want you to be there. Which means you do need to be slightly higher. Yeah. Vertical splitters for the win. It's the first time I've had an actual legit use. Good stuff. Good stuff. That's some good stuff right there. Jake, good morning. Okay. So the rubber. Let me zip up here real quick. So rubber and crystal. Are you the same height as that? You should be. Yeah. Oh, that was just a optical illusion. Alright. So then you there should be clear of that? No, you're not. Scuzzy, that's like asking a 5-year-old if they're excited on Christmas Eve. Have you met every 5-year-old? Yeah, personally. I have. Oh, wait, that needs to be... crap. I can fix it. That one needs to be outside. Boop, boop, boop. There's something. Okay. How did that get... Wait. There. Yeah. Okay. So you come to there. Then we break you. Then you come to there. Okay. That's better. Gotta empty this out now. Giving you notice tomorrow. Last day next Thursday. That Friday's already a PTO day. Nice. How long have I been playing Satisfactory? Batpug, welcome in. I have a couple hundred hours in it. Have I ever finished it? No. Will I ever finish it? Also, no. Probably not. But I got it. I got it when it first came out in early access. So I've been playing it off and on since then. It's a really great game. This is a mess. Who let me do this? Still haven't finished it. Love the game though. Yeah. Yeah. Think you're at 100 hours? Got it late early access. Yeah, nice. It's it's a really good game. I love building and doing stuff like this, and it really is enjoyable. So I wonder... Hang on, I have an idea. I'm trying to figure out how to run these two belts next to each other, but that's kind of difficult because you can't you can't double up on... Like, I can't put a wall mount. Wait. Can you nudge wall mounts? Oh, bro. Yeah. Okay, never mind. I'm good. Ignore me. Yeah, we'll do that. We'll put you right there. So we'll get the crystal. To come across here. So we're going to go from that container. We want to scooch by this guy. This will be fine, probably. Nope, too tight. Okay. So that's what we want to plug the crystal in. What is this container? Oh, plastic. I'll definitely need that down the line, so I don't want to completely obstruct it. Nope. So let's go here. Here. That one's going to be silica. I actually don't need silica storage over here at the moment. I could actually put silica storage over here. Because silica's on the end there, and it'll be a lot easier to run it over to here. That'll be fine. Computers! I should color code these. Why didn't I color code these? It's like I don't even know what I'm doing. Rubber. Plastic. Motors. Wiring. Frames. Smart plates. Okay. Actually, if this is going to be silica, that's going to be that. One of your top games. It is... It's not my favorite game of all time, but it is definitely on the list of games that I could play for a very long time. Like, I can just pick up and play it whenever, and that's great. I should change all of this. This was supposed to be temporary. It's fine. Nothing's ever temporary. It's facts. That is a fact. Okay. So that's going to come across here. Then we'll run you... over to here. And there. Yeah, it's crazy to think about. Like, I think about some of the crazy stuff that I saw in IT and realized that it was 20 plus years ago since I did any of that. So, okay. Power. We got 4 crystal oscillators per minute. Okay. So that's step 1. We're finally making crystal oscillators. Do you know how many streams it's been that I've said I was going to make a crystal oscillator? At least 4. It's been at least 4. 6 or 7? No, I won't stop. I won't stop. Do you know why? Do you know why? Because my digital footprint is going to be tied to you one day. And the more I can do to embarrass you in the future, the better. Sick dab. Alright. Alright, so radio control units. That's our next.
Stream because my dad's a little.
Oh, aluminum. Aluminium casings. We gotta get those here. So, guess what? It's time for trains. We're gonna need a train to bring our aluminum over yonder. So... Why do I have... Oh, right, I was gonna do the crystal train that way, and I did it completely differently. And better. Trains? Trains. Do I have enough stuff for said trains? I'm going to need at least 2 stations. I'm going to need at least 2 freight platforms. I'm going to need a locomotive and 2 freight cars. I do not have enough motors. I'm glad I checked. Leaving the global grid this... Shut up. Have you considered shutting up? Okay. Thanks. Alright. I only have exactly as much plastic as I need. Alright, we gotta change that. Hang on. Captain, how's it going? Aluminium. Because you should always add extra letters to something that doesn't need it, right? Right? Always. Why do I have so much silica in my inventory right now? Oh, I need cable, bro. I got 1,500 concrete in the cloud. Let me grab just a full stack just in case. I should also grab pipes, beams, plastic. Extra letters are just colorful glitter for grammar. Colorful glitter for glamour is My Chemical Romance cover band. Let me grab... Oh, wait. Oh! I have to reconnect my steel beams to the one that's actually bringing steel beams in. Why even be there? It's like me at a party. Why even be there? I think what I'll do... Well, no, because this one was steel beams, but this is going to change. So I can disconnect this... That we can bring something else in. So then, what I'm going to have to do is bring you across and down. Wait, that would have been bad. If I totally forgot about... That would have been bad. Huh, why is nothing that requires steel beams working anymore? Kinda weird, right? So the outbound on the other side is going to be this side? All right. Wanted to make some extra coins. It was... I know, like, a lot of the changes between English in England and English spelling, anyway, in the US is because of money. Harkening back to the telegraph. They cut out extraneous letters because they had to pay by the letter. Things like color, dropping the U, all that is pretty funny. Both are correct, yeah. That's the best kind of correct. Okay, so then you... Did I line that up correctly? Just eyeballing it? My god, I think I did. Oh, I love it when a plan comes together. Okay. So then we go down, 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 down. We need to upgrade you to a Mark 5. Then you're going to come across... Oh, I didn't put a thing on here. What? Why did it revert? When I upgraded it, why did it change the direction? That has to be a bug. That's crazy. I didn't remove it, I upgraded it. And it changed the direction of the belt. That's crazy. Steel beams. Mark 5. Go. And that should start filling you back up. Yep. And then you're sending beams that way. What are those beams being used for? Those are being done with pipes. What are you... Oh... Versatile framework. You know what? I'm gonna turn that off. I have a good amount of versatile framework built up, so we're gonna turn that off for right now so that we actually build up some steel beams. Yeah, that was... I've never had that happen before. I've had it randomly pick a different direction, but never when I'm upgrading. That was kind of crazy. Aluminum, and then aluminum, and then changed again to aluminium to match up the other iniums in elements. Americans, we like simple words. And we're simple people. That's kind of understating it, but it's true. Okay. That is that. So then this should be filling up. Yeah, okay. Let's top that off. Let me go grab some pipes. Let's grab some from you. Top you off. And I think we're good. Cable. Let me grab a little more cable. Just in case. Now we're good. Probably. Alright. Grandmother just called it tin. Yeah. Not wrong. Yeah, and all foil is tinfoil. That's just facts. So that's still accurate to this day. Even for me, I still call it tinfoil. All right. To the aluminum plant. What's going to be my best way to get there? I guess. Oh, don't I have some power lines over here that I can scoot up the mountain with? Over yonder where I was building something. Then we can go from our copper extraction up there to... See daisy. Alright. We're probably going to have to increase... We're probably going to have to tap that copper node. At some point. But for right now, this one's working fine. And then I want to... At some point, maybe... Probably on... we'll do a backward stream, and I'll redo these supports. Started rewatching the Subnautica playthrough. That's one of those games that you wish you could play for the first time again. Just a really great game. It's unfortunate they never made any more games. You know? Nerdin, good morning. Kind of crazy with the success of Subnautica that they just stopped making games altogether. You know? It's pretty crazy. Pretty crazy. No, I don't think they are. That sounds wrong. They could have gone so far. Yeah. Basically no one who was involved in Subnautica 1 is working on Subnautica 2. Rupture. And to the, I think it's Crafton? Is it Crafton? Basically, like, after the success of Subnautica 1, making Subnautica 2, all of the devs got a very, very, very generous contract for making Subnautica 2. That, like, to the tune of, across all of the devs, hundreds of millions of dollars. And Crafton is trying to get out of that. Fired a whole bunch of people. Tried to chat GPT their... Literally tried to chat GPT their way out of having to pay their devs. And it's still in court. And I will not be partaking in Subnautica 2 in any way. So. It doesn't exist. Shame. Alright, how do I want to get that stuff over to my main factory? I'm thinking if I don't want to tap into my coal line. I can run parallel to the copper line. Hang on. If I expand out and put another station there, and then run sister it to the copper line, maybe. The other option would be to go under all the way down and tie into my crystal line, which would be a nightmare. Court filings also reference Project X, an alleged secret task force crafted and created to delay Subnautica 2 and justify terminating the founders. There's literal, like, records of the Crafton CEO asking ChatGPT how to get out of paying the contract. He's trying to terminate. No, I'm not. Here's the records of you asking ChatGPT on how to terminate the contract. Like, brother. What are you doing? Gilberto, what's going on? That bought Dinkum? Yes. Yep. They also own PUBG, right? Project How to Destroy BioWare. Turns out it wasn't that hard. All right, let's... I think the best way is going to be dropping this stuff on belts down here and making a station. Is PUBG still a thing? Very much, yeah. I think PUBG Mobile is bigger than the regular game, but PUBG is very popular in, like, Oceania. Yeah, FLCO. Not wrong. Also high paint. I think that's what I'm going to have to do. Is I'll make a train station right here on the inside track. The outside track is my coal train, is my compacted coal train for my turbo fuel. And I don't want to interrupt that. So that needs to be left alone. If I put it on the inside track, that should be fine. I think what's, because the return loop on this station goes underneath the coal line and then comes out to this middle track. So if I have the station on the inside, that might...
Just floating around tugboating people.
You have a soul train. Derek, thank you so much for 5 months. I appreciate that. Welcome back. I don't want to mess up my trains again. That's what I'm worried about. Because if I put a station there and then have a crossover, what's going to happen is they're going to skip over going on the middle track. They're going to take the inside track, and that's going to cause delays in here and mess up all my signaling. But then also I need a place to unload stuff at my main factory, and I have one empty freight terminal at my main factory. And I don't, I mean, I guess I could mix it and then do a smart splitter off of it to separate the aluminum parts back out. But that's really going to cut into how much I can bring in. I need 40, well, that's not too bad. 40 per minute is not too bad. If I drop this down to 2 per minute, that's 32 per minute. That should be doable with mixed delivery. One of those Mondays and the hot coffee you got tastes horrible. Ugh. I'm sorry. Drink one before you get to the office. But the reality is... yeah. Speaking of, let me refill my coffee real quick. I gotta think about this. How do I want to... I don't know how I want to do this. I could run a train line across here. I'm leaning towards sistering it to the copper line. And putting another station, like, up above the factory. Yeah, paint. It's not bad for a day or two, but, like, after a week, it really gets to you. I'm sorry. I hope you can get some rest soon. Let me refill my coffee real fast. Hang on. All right. If I just do one freight car and bring it all together and mix it, that's not going to give me any ability to scale it up. Well, that's a good reason though, Paint, to be fair. And I feel that. More than a quick stand-up? I mean, it's not a big place. It's 3 steps to my coffee maker. Alright, so if I wrap the train around... Alright, let me run... Not quite Paint, but, I mean... I could roll over and grab it pretty quick. Alright, if I add another station there, well, maybe I'll add it in the front and then wrap. I could go through and then split off. Go on the outside. Round the outside. Round the outside. I think I have to be on the inside, but this is... I don't think that's gonna... Why did I take my chainsaw out? I don't think that's gonna work. I could really tighten it up. Like But then it'll just... It's going to clip into the cliff. Yeah. Ugh. Makes me want to bring it down and tie it into this one, but that's so far down. If I started the drop all the way at that corner, I would get under this one. But, boy, I would get to, like, there. And then have to drop again. And I don't even know if I would get down to those.
Tugboat people.
Yes, see. The studio was bought out a while ago by Crafton. So. Bishop, 79 months. That's too long, dude. Thank you so much, bud. Happy Monday. Balls. That's what I have to say about that. Is balls. I don't know what I want to do here. I can do a truck and just have the truck yeet itself out of the building. I mean, I could sister the rail and then have it merge and unmerge, which wouldn't be awful to scooch through here and then run sistered all the way down. Is a summer sloop there? And a radioactive cat? Why don't I have... Didn't realize there was a summer sloop here. Yoink. Kiddo's B-Day is tomorrow? We'll be having an existential crisis. She hasn't gotten a card or anything from your grandmother in Florida. She's the type that sends a card at least a week in advance and texts you to let you know it's in the mail. We just got... Wifeboat's grandmother is still around. So they're my kid's great-grandmother. We just got my son's Christmas card from her. Alright, so if we sister all the way through to here, and then we break around the outside. Oh boy. Ah. Yes. Well. It's always fun when they take things out on the children, you know? Round the outside, round the outside. Maybe I have the crossover and then come on the outside of that one. And then go this way. That means... I'd be coming through here. Woo. Come along. I need more power. Here's my sulfur thing. So I could... No. I think I can get through here, and then the station would just be all the way up here. Then do a back and forth train. Yeet. I mean, I can build up a couple more floors of the factory, no problem. Over here. To match up with the station. They would also allow... Well, I don't really know if I need more. I'm not gonna like this. No matter how it goes, I'm not gonna like it. That's the problem with doing the aluminum factory up top here. Oh, actually, if I'm going to be running it this way, I think I'll stay on this side. And what I could do is we split off here over yonder somewhere. Over yonder somewhere. Come on. Where's that pole? Thank you. Over yonder somewhere is my SAM ore production. Over here. Where? Where am I? Over here. Yes. Okay. So, then I could build this up. Put a station and get this stuff shipped over to my main factory, too. That's probably the best idea, because then I can get rid of all that big ramp and whatnot. Alright, we'll do that. Plan is established. That's what we'll do. So, right where I have this extension, I'm going to need another station. I guess. Plan successfully sidetracked. Should be fine. So then we'll have... This one will be a... Let's see. Yeah. This should be fine. Probably. Do I add another station right next to this one? Trying to think. I think, like, where is... So the SAM ore's over there. So ideally, I actually want the station here. Which will make things a little awkward. This is the global grid, right? Yes. Okay. Whole channel in a nutshell. I'm almost never sidetracked. My focus and ability to stay on task is nigh on legendary. I'll have you know. Please? What do you mean, please? Shouldn't be telling lies in front of your children. Okay. So I can fit you on that square. That's awkward. You know what? I actually don't have to match that. So let's bring this up a little bit then. Land of the free. Okay, so station. Oh, I need more. More! Self-delusion is amazing. That's the best kind of delusion. What are you talking about? It's also the best type of grandizing. No, I want blank. Empty. Empty. Freight. Bro. You what? Going to college means you'll get a good job. Yeah. These and other lies. Okay. So this is going to be Sam ore. That means I'm going to have to loop it. Unless I push this out a little. Do I want to? I'm going to have to push this out a little more. Because I need... It's going to have to be a back and forth train. I don't think I'm going to be able to loop it. I can loop it there, but I don't know if I'm going to have room to loop it. Well, I guess I am. Yeah, we'll do it this way. I'm talking to myself. Ignore me. I mean, you usually all do, so I don't know why I have to say that. Things that need to go unsaid. Shut up. You can work your way up through a company. You put the work in, the company will take care of you. Anyway. We're a family. Do I want to do that, or do I want to come over there? HR is here for you. God. It all started with a blatant lie. No more tears shampoo. But a friend of mine said the other day, based on the I don't really want. Based on the world today, the biggest disservice that our parents did to us is teach us shame. Not wrong. I want you to go a little... Ah, that's way too sharp. I want you to be a little wider in your turn. Oh, come on, really? Why? How is that too sharp? That's... false. Oh, come on. Come on. Take a wrong turn. That's what I get for trying to go to Albuquerque. There we go. That's what I'm looking for. Much better. White Mage, what's going on? I don't even think I qualify as a variety streamer anymore. I think I lost my variety streamer credentials. I barely qualify as a streamer. That's also true. Actually. Genuine fact. How many streams are we on now for trains? It's not my fault they're the best way to do things. Okay? I am simply using the best available mechanic. Just an observation? A mean one. Need to change all of this? Well, there's that. Hey, you know what's dumb? Trains in this game. Why are they the way that they are? Okay. Well, I did kind of need to change all of it, so... Welcome to Satisfactory. All of this needs to change. I have to redo all of this. So methodical? At least someone appreciates my work. You know? At least someone here has some level of appreciation for the things that I do for you all. Man, I just... Excuse you? Excuse me? This is a factory for us? Yeah. Did you not know? I do this for my people. Think I do this for me? I mean, I might do the trains for me, but like that's different. Because trains are trains. But like... Otherwise, you know. That was kind of mean. What you all are saying to me. Yeah, thank you. I agree. I didn't want to be the one to say, but at least you admit it. That you're kind of mean. Why are you on? I'm not messing up the trains again. I'm adding another train line. Again implies we ever stopped. Okay. You know what? I think I'm gonna have to go up here. And then split off. Because I don't think I can make this turn without it looking like hot trash. How? What you mean it turns too sharply? It does not. You know what turns too sharply? Your face. Okay. There's that. So then we're going to go to this one. But that's going to be messed up because it's a slope. I could probably go. Hang on. I can probably go up quite a bit before I have to worry about this. So then we're going to have you be here. Let's just do this so that we have room to play. Okay. Secret name for your sister-in-law. Okay. That means I can get rid of you. I don't like how that looks. No. I'm going to go further up before we make the turn. Well, the train will kind of clip the building, but it won't be that bad. The problem is these are ramps, so there's no way to make this look good. Unfortunately, because if I do these, it's just... It's not great. Even if I do like the up corners or the down corners, not it. Like that quasi makes it alright, but just doesn't really look good. But I can turn those into support pillars, which might make it a little better. We'll do something to support this better. Would a train fit into the gap under the station itself? Under here? Absolutely. However, you know, that is a way better idea. Yeah, that's a way better idea. That can stay. Let's try that. Listen, sometimes the obvious is really not obvious. So, shut up. So, that's the level we need to be at for the train to fit underneath. Ooh, that lined up with the pillar? That's kind of beautiful. That's kind of beautiful. Jovial, what's going on? Because then I can build this into the support structure of the building overhang, which will work out. I can make it like a glass tube underneath. So the station is actually going to tie in. I'm going to knock off this corner. And we'll tie in the station. At that point. Where's the nearest power line? Let's get a power line out to this corner, because I'm getting a little worried. Alright, so this is coming out. I believe it's 5. It's 5 across for a station. Yeah. So if we go from here, that runs into the edge. Here. This will actually, if I just do this, I can quite literally anchor the building to the cliff face. Then we go to this guy. Okay. Okay, station. I gotta make sure I have enough. Because I need 3 cars. So this one's gonna be 2 cars and a blank. Oh, I gotta loop it around. I'm gonna have to figure that out. So this oh no, wait, that's more. Don't I have a purple? Oh yeah, there. That'll be that and that. And then I need it to loop. So you're going to come from here this way. To there. And then hopefully I can get... Don't think this is going to be able to loop quite as tight. No. No. We can get out to here, though. So we'll run it on this one. How could you make a sharper turn, but you can't make that one? Explain. Okay. So that's the loop. I guess we can take this out to even with the rest of the factory. So then we'll make some supports underneath here. We'll probably run some stuff into the cliff, and then we'll bring the roof out to cover the whole thing. Alright, so that is casings. So we'll do... This guy will be casings. And then this guy. We just got to throw a merger. On you. And then we grab you to there. Okay. Run that back. Okay. So that will speed up my aluminum production. That will turn my aluminum production back on for now. temporarily. I probably have to flush the pipes since it froze. It's going-ish. Yeah, it's going. Flush that just to make sure. Running at 7%. 9%. Eh? Alright, looks like the water is draining. Yes. Okay. Everything should be good. Should be good. Okay. That's all going. Good. So then we gotta finish the track over by the main place. So what I'm gonna do, actually, the reason I left this in one, hang on. We could do this. Like we did on the copper plant, which actually ends up looking really nice. Have a nice overhang. That guy, make you chrome. Boom. That'll look nice, particularly once a train's running through there. So, okay. Throw quick beams on there. To there. To there. Worry about that down the line. Grab you. You go there. This is important, or I'll forget to come back and do it. There's that. This maybe I'll do. Just for continuity's sake. Okay. Let's finish this track then. Alright, so this one's gonna run down. Persistered here. We're gonna need to put path signals here, which is unfortunate, but it should be fine. That's gonna be a real simple in and out. Go along to here, where we're going to load up the stuff from right there. It is going to come across and up to connect to here. And then go down this way. Get this tree out of the way. Do 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 do. So that's going to wrap around to this platform. Is there? No, there's not. But let's do that anyway to tie it in. So then I can do this. Do 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 do. Is there any way to get that to go a little wider? I want that turn to be a little wider, but I don't think it's gonna cooperate. Maybe if I bring this a little further in. So it was there. Let's try bringing you 2 ticks in and see what happens. Too sharp. Of course it is. Why wouldn't it be? One tick. Still too sharp. How is it too sharp? I really want to know. Inquiring minds want to know why you won't be nice. That's even sharper. Inquiring minds? Yeah, mine. My mind inquires all the time. Unfortunately, almost never gets answered. Now I can't even get this to connect, period. That's cool. I broke it. Whoopsie doodles. This is what happens when you try to tinker. See, now that's even sharper than it was. Why, though? What if I take this corner off? Where are you even connected to? That one. Okay. If I take that corner off, take you off, put you here. Have I considered a real break? Sure. I've considered a lot of things over time, you know? But have you taken a break? It's been a bit over 2. Has it? Thank you, Zeno. Don't know what I would do without you. I should absolutely be able to make this turn go wider, and I don't know why it won't. There we go. It just wouldn't do it because the game's dumb. Obvious answer. Certainly not my problem. That definitely wasn't a me issue. That was absolutely a game issue. I'm glad we took care of that. Okay. That looks better. Raised by boomers. Let me cut down this tree. And we're going to keep this going. For quite a bit, still. Good God. This is going to be a nightmare to make it look not like a giant floating rail. But that'll be something good for a backwards stream. It's just building some train bridges. You know? Ooh, I can't go quite that low. That's still a little too low. That should be good. Yes. You know, you're getting kind of spammy, nerd. Just saying. Doing everything perfectly right? Sure, champ. Oh boy. Once I get the ramp down to factory level over here, I'll take a break. This station's going to be way higher than I thought. Can feel various eye twitches from here. Because all the times it hasn't been a joke. I don't know what you're talking about. I just got to do this. Yeah. Well, I guess I could bring it down more and put the station over there so it's near the other stations. And that would naturally create the loop. But I don't know how far down I can get. Not really that far. It's still going to be a ridiculous sky platform until I build up the factory. Basically, I can go like there, and then I gotta level it off so that we're on factory level. People are engaging. That's, yeah, I mean. I don't know the consequences of my actions. I'm not familiar with that. Alright, freight platforms. We will feed this way. Can I put an empty platform here? No. I don't want it to be in line with another platform. Why does it make me have to do train stations? So it's exactly 2 blocks, right? Okay. So we got 1, 2, 3 here. I'm missing plastic. On that note, I'm going to take a really quick break. So, now's a great time to grab a drink, grab a snack, get up and move around if you can. Don't forget to take your meds if you haven't. I will be right back. The humility that brings it all together into one neat, precarious package. You can't... Oh. Bruh. In the name of my children, bruh. You can't increase the difficulty? What did I just launch? Oh, it just ate away the wall? Oh! What the? Launch Cruster. Launch Cruster. It has been a morning already. Wait. He's so fluffy. No. No. No, Snuggles. No. Wait, hang on. We gotta go over here. Put on a mask. Nose up and boost. You guys ready? You guys ready? Oh, that's not... That's the photon cannon. How do I boost? Too high to initiate landing. Oh, there it is. You discovered this. Mine an asteroid field? Now, this is what I'm talking about. I just want to say, I want to take a moment and say. All right. I'm back. Let's get this station done. All right, I gotta grab plastic. You, come hither. As long as I can get back up, we'll be good. Alright, let me grab plastic. Vroom. I'm still gonna need, let me make sure I have everything I need. I'm gonna need that. I'm gonna need another car, a station, and 3 platforms. Do I have enough stuff? I do. Okay. It's gonna be a big floor. I mean, I'm kind of planning on having the, this thing, you know? I'm planning on having this thing over there. Particle accelerator. The big thing. The big circle thing. Like, at least one of them, like, right there. So I'll have lots of space for it. But this'll let me have spots for trains to come in on to the main factory. It's not really what I was planning on, but it'll be fine. Alright, so we got one, 2, 3, 4. We'll put you here. And then freight platforms. 1, 2, 3. Then connect you. Okay. Then you're that. You're that, and that, and that. Okay, so then we need a loop to get back on the line. Which I'll do on the outside. Ooh. Yeah, that's gonna have to move forward. So then you become that, you go away. You go there. You come this way. Not accurate. Hang on. I should be able to get it to run on that line. Perfect. That's exactly what I wanted to do, game. Thank you for thank you for that. Why? It's identical. Ta-da! Okay. Then we go to here. And this guy goes there. Okay. So that's a full loop. Yeah. So this is going to be unload, unload, and unload. So now we drop a train and some freight cars on here. And we start driving it back. And then I got to put some signals on the line where it crosses over. But let's see. We should have a completed loop. I'll be able to get rid of all those power lines too, which would be nice. Because I can fly along the tracks. That. Hold up. Okay. So then I could just do block signals on... I'll do it right. Path in. Path in. Path in. Path in. Block out. Block out. Block out. Block out. Yeah. Good. So they shouldn't collide there. Probably. Ooh, copper train's coming. No, 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 wrong. Copper train's coming and just blowing right through. Awesome. Good stuff. If you could back up, please. You should stay there. Don't start going again. Okay, thank you. Then back this guy up. Tigran, how's it going? Happy Monday. And you go. Okay. Now I go. And we take the correct path. Nope. We take the wrong path. Up too early, so you're keeping company while you go back to sleep. Nice. My excellence in train driving will put you right to bed. Be so overwhelmed by the raw talent in conducting a train, you won't even know how to handle it. Because I'll hit you with the train. Okay, that's not accurate. Alright. Timetable. Illuminon. Salmon. Illuminoff. Save. Let me back up slightly. And go. That never fails, Mort. Never fails. And away we go. Okay. So this guy's gonna stop here. We gotta go connect that to here. What's radioactive? Stop being radioactive. What's the inbound one? This guy? I don't want to do this. Must be those imaginary drag... Oh, you son of a... Oh, that. There's a big outcropping of uranium there. That tracks. Is that over a... Alright, so we'll do this one. Yeah, uranium. Okay, so then... This stuff out of the way. And we go from here. to this one. Okay. Good luck, Pat. So we'll put a new miner on there. Then we put the constructor right in line. Storage container right in line. Okay. I'm gonna run power from over there. I'll plug it in. No. I need to run power from over there. Do that. Do that. Yeah. It's radioactive. Ooh, actually that needs to be like here. Then you can go up. So there. You go to there. So then that's powered. Yes. Yes. Okay. Break you up, break you up. Get you out of there. Do I have any of that in the cloud? No. Let's put that in the cloud. Okay. You go to there. Yikes. Okay. Then I want to do that. Vertical. Then we need some floor holes. So Rich just bought a hard drive in 2025. That was the house fund. That's... It'd be funnier if it wasn't entirely true. Whatever. Deal with it. Eat less avocado toast. Yeah. Stop wasting your money. Do 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 do. Empty this guy out. And then we can get rid of all of this. Do 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 do. The second one. You gotta get a second one for parts, Scuzzy. That's the real secret to owning a Jeep. Can't just do one. You gotta have a second one for parts. Generally, that's what the first one ends up as. But, you know. Only a second one? I mean, in this economy? There's only so much someone can afford, you know? Okay. Now we just need to connect the factory up to this. Which will be real easy, right? Let's see if I lined it up right. That's going to be the real question. His and hers gladiators. Yeah. Oh! Look at that! Not bad for eyeballing it. Oh, 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 whoa, whoa, whoa. You're not like what?
A kind gesture.
More Snake Mortician couple license plates. His and hers. Thank you for the biddies, Morton. I guess. Look at that. Look at that. That's not done yet, but it'll be there eventually. Don't you worry. What is that power line going to? Bro, I'm right next to powered rails. Now is it going to work? No. This is powered. Where's the train? Operational. Alright, I gotta get rid of the path signals. I'm just gonna block the signals, because I'm pretty sure they're both trying to reserve the path at the same time, and then they're waiting for the other one to go. Also, why does it seem like this train station doesn't have... Why do these rails not have power? What? Is that why it broke? What? That is. How did that lose power? Okay. Color me confused. Because I'm confused. I don't know how that lost power. Oh well, it's fixed. Alright, so... we're gonna go from here up. Uppies. 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 So I want to add another floor in between. Which will be... Alright, let's just do this way. It'll be right there. So we should have room for the particle accelerator in here, and then we'll have another big floor that could be subdivided if we need more space here. We could also... I could make another floor here. Oh, you know what I could do? Yes. I can make a storage floor. So if I can get stuff all the way over here, I can make a storage floor like underneath my train floor. Hi, Charlotte. I'm sorry. I hope the rest of your day goes well. Yeah, so if I go like here. Quite down one more. There. And then I got room for another one on top. If needed. Okay. This will work. I'm gonna blow through my concrete doing this. It's alright though. You gotta go away. Okay. Let's let me do this. So I remember what I'm doing here. There we go. This is going to be the storage floor. All right. Then I need to offload these guys. I gotta change that green. That's atrocious. Let's go. Something a little more turquoise. Alright. Take care, Nerden. So I think what we'll do is have storage containers run here. And we'll space them. Because we can have a lot of them on this floor. And I think if we leave more space, it'll be less. Less crazy when we're connecting to them and from them. So that one we're just going to do Sam, and then we'll do our aluminum products in those. Where are the trains? Up here. We just did a whole new train line, Bob. Where you been, bro? I got a whole new train line that comes in to the sky. Alright, so that... I need to make radio control units, which is oscillators. If I underclock this to 2... Oscillators, computers, and casings. Bridge is perfect for a design you saw on Reddit last night. Do share. Because probably my next backwards stream is going to be doing like bridges and supports for this whole line. Because it goes all the way to my aluminum factory over yonder. So we'll have to do something. Do something with it. Okay, so I gotta try and get these. there. There. How many hours do I have in this file? Around 100, I think. Maybe a little more. 120. F and the goat, welcome in. I am fabulous, welcome in. Okay. Way less than you expected. Things are starting to look very clean. I try. It doesn't work out a lot, but I try. Yeah, definitely not my first save file. It's messed up a bunch. Thanks. Thanks. Paint. For that. Helpful. I love those first impressions. You know? Good stuff. If you transport uranium through the train, is the train radioactive? As far as I know, yes. I avoid uranium, so I couldn't tell you for sure, but I believe yes. It is a nightmare to deal with. Trainioactive. No. No. They did add elevators, yeah, in 1.1 elevators were added. And they're pretty neat. Actually. You mod me so I can ban Jovial? No. Did that not connect? Yeah, mods are still a thing. I don't use mods, but they are definitely still a thing. It didn't connect. Oh, no, it did connect. All right, never mind. I'm good. All right, so I should be able to... You're going to go to that one. Zoom. Okay. Then you are going to go to that one. Too long. And you're going to come this way. To that one. Came for answers, stayed for chaos. It's fair. Okay. Doc, what's going on? From your emotional support Canadian? Okay, Doc. Question, Doc. as a Canadian, I need to get your input on the fact that the men's and women's curling teams both got called out for cheating. Neither has said sorry once. And I want to know if they're actually Canadian. We're done saying sorry. How do you cheat in curling? So, we talked about this earlier, but they were double touching. So you have to release the stone before a line, and they have a sensor in the handle that monitors whether or not your hand is still on it when it passes the line. So what they're doing is releasing the handle and then running their hand down and pushing the granite, which doesn't have a sensor. So I'm just, you know. It's pretty wild. Imagine having integrity. Yeah. You know what would stop that? Every time they do that, they lose a finger. That's a little aggressive. I gotta be honest. I gotta be honest. They're poking it, Bishop, to try and give it a little extra. It does nothing. Basically, everybody in curling who has been asked about it is like, yeah, it doesn't really do anything, but it is against the rules. But it is extra funny how angry the Canadian curlers have gotten about it. Like, angry. Okay, so we've got that set up. Men's was a different story. Let me ask you this. It was a foul. It was a penalty. Why do we need to say sorry? Well, see, here's the thing, though. By its nature, curling typically has no officials. It is a self-governed sport. So, when you are caught flexing the rules in a self-governed sport, you gotta own up to it. You can't just yell at everybody and expect it to be ignored, you know? But here's the other thing, which makes me wonder about our neighbors up north, is both the men's and women's national soccer teams, over the course of the last 5 years, both have had to terminate their coaches because of cheating. So, I'm curious what is going on in the sport hierarchy in Canada. And do we need to have a independent auditor brought into the NHL? They hired people, Mort, to fly drones over their opponents' practices and record their practices and formations and stuff. They took a page from Bill Belichick. And decided to spy on their opponents. Who never said sorry. Yeah. Big fan of Canadians telling people to F off, bud. Yeah. Well, typical practice and getting caught in the typical practice are two different things, Mort. How are things going for Belichick right now? Amazingly, as someone who is not a fan. Absolutely amazingly. Did they create those geese? Great question. Alright, so I gotta get some of that aluminum down here into another manufacturer so we can make radio control units. So we need a manufacturer. Then we're going to need aluminum casings, crystal oscillators, and computers. We're going to underclock this to just 2 per minute, which will be fine. So we'll put a manufacturer. I need frames? How do I not have frames? Store all our rage in the geese. And then send them south? That's perfection. Alright, I guess I'll put the manufacturer here. Go there. Run you up a little bit. There. And this is going to be radio controlled units at 2 per minute. All right. Then we bring our crystal oscillators straight over. Then we need computers and then aluminum casings. So computers are going to come from my rail hub. So right now I have some going up. Where are those going, actually? God, this is a mess. Oh, are those going up to these guys? This guy. Right. Adaptive control units I still need. So I'll just leave that running. So I'll have to tap in to computers and get them over there. So it's coming through that guy. I could run it. I could do a vertical splitter and bring them this way. Ooh, this is going to be a... Why was there no window in that one? That was weird. And there's no... was weird. Where is this thing? Right here. I'll have to do computers on the far one. Now to make this not look horrendous. Challenge. No, probably go there. Then I'll do a... drop it down. Bugger. It'll have to be... Oh, I can do that. So if I put you here... do it this way. What do you mean surface is too uneven? Single width splitters, everyone would lose their mind. Yeah. That would be nice. Okay. That'll work. Not... Well... Oh, actually, wait. If I'm gonna do that, I could come inside it. Which means this would actually have to move back here. Hold up. Ah. I do that. Then I could go here. think. Oh, now it's gonna... That in line with the height of that? It is. Back you up one. Back it up. Oh. Whoops. And did not line it up correctly. Try that again. Then we can go from here to there. And then here to there. Okay. So then I can vertically split computers right on line with that. I think is there. There. Yes, stock. Because it's fun. Okay. Butte. So then all we need to do is get aluminum casings plugged in, which are going to come from up here. Salute you and the neuro conditions that make you happy about it. I think we'll just go straight up. Yeah. boop, 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 boop. Be fine. I'll run it underneath. Boop, boop. Alright, so casings are this one. Do 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 do. Boom. Okay. Let's bring you over here. Plug you in. And that's going to be radio control units. So as soon as we have 50 of those, we can complete aeronautical engineering, which I think is drones, right? Oh, wow. The new... Oh, I didn't even see that. They announced a secret mode? Well, that's exciting. I have speculated before, Doc, that they should do a challenge mode. So make it either like a portion of the existing map or a smaller procedurally generated map with proc gen ore and placement and everything to make it super challenging. Like, oh, it turns out on this save file, I only have 2 impure iron nodes. Like, that would be crazy. Or just take the default map and have it be challenge mode where it just randomizes all the nodes. And you're not guaranteed good balance of stuff. That would be really neat. It would make things really challenging, and I'm sure people would be sharing seeds that are just miserable and also awesome. So that would be cool. The secret is the trains work the first time. Okay. That's mean and unnecessary. Alright, speaking of unnecessary, look at this. Jesus Christ. I'm probably going to add another floor in here, so that's going to be a little bit of a problem. But I may end up running the belt all the way over to the wall and then up and over. Oh, I should probably do that anyway. I should probably do that now. You realize this build is absurd? It is not. Mostly. Why does it do that? Straight mode on the belts is wildly annoying sometimes. Like, horrendously annoying. Like, I can't... It's just... It makes the end... Why? It makes the end why. That's that's what it does. That's a much better way to do it. Okay. Good. 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 50 is going to take a while because it's making 2 per minute. So that's going to take... some time. So, you know, we'll have time to work on other things. A certain amount of time. If you were on the backwards stream the other day, we did a cable stay. We did a pair of cable stay bridges coming out of this factory. And I hated them. So I tore them down and made aqueduct style bridges coming out. If you're curious. I didn't hate them. I wasn't super happy with them. And then if you were there, you noticed that the one here and the one here ended up being slightly, this one was slightly higher than the other one, because I anchored it to the rock instead of the floor, so that was terrible, and they needed to come down anyway, so then I just changed it. So, there's that. So that got redone, but, you know, it is what it is. Oh, you know what I need to do? Hang on. Train, wait. Wait for me. We'll ride this train over, and I want to check my fuel gens. Because we're getting some fluctuation. So I think I want to redo the pipelines. I think I can just plug in a pipeline, do an additional plug-in on the pipeline, and then put a backflow valve in, and it should change the routing of the fuel without causing a cascade of failures on my power grid. Batteries. I need to make a lot more batteries. Forgot about that. I only have like... I think we only have like 10 batteries at the moment. So I should also do that. Plan successfully sidetracked. Shut up. I also should have put these, like, just in front of the bins that they use instead of doing this whole thing. I hate this, but yeah, whatever. Nobody said there would be math. Thank you for the clip, Doc. It's lovely. Thanks. Thank you so much. Here's my turbo fuel plant. So we got 9 refineries making fuel going into 10 refineries making turbo fuel. So there's that. These should all be running at 100%. And I think the power fluctuations that we're getting, I think, are coming from... Yeah, we're all running at 100% here. So it's coming from the pipelines going to the actual gens. So we got our compacted coal comes in on this train. I've got 2 storage containers for buffers, which were very helpful. At one point when I might have slightly accidentally broken the coal train, and the buffers saved me from a complete cascade of power failures. So that all comes out into this singular pipe, which goes into the power plant, and it just goes up to the 2nd floor. And then manifolds back down. So what I want to do is connect these. But I need to put a valve here so that it doesn't backflow. And I think if I do a Mark 1 pipe here, it would still... Because how much is flowing through? We should be getting like... It's 10... Right? It's 10 turbo fuel plants, and they're slightly overclocked. So I think I'm getting... How much am I making? I don't even remember. Enough. I'm making enough. I know that. So it's these guys in the corners that keep cycling a little bit. I'm fairly certain. Unless it's one of my other plants. Oh, wait. Wait. Actually, it might be... It might be my diluted fuel. It's my diluted fuel. Aha! It's these two. So why are we choking down? Is the question. Does that mean we're not getting enough residual because the plastic is not running? Okay. Gotcha. So let's throw... We're going to throw a smart splitter on here. right output is overflow. Yeah, I have a sink right here, so I'm just going to create a merge for it. We'll throw a merger on like that. What? How is that not in a line? Alright, let me move the sink then. Hang on. Bump you back slightly. Da-da-da-da. A mod that lets you move after it's built would be nice, yeah. Oh no, it needed to go the other way. Not out, but in. I think. Yes. There we go. So then, oh, I guess I could put a smart splitter right here on the back side of this. And feed the overflow into the sink. So we can get rid of that one. Alright. That'll kick that back on. Which will kick that back on and we'll stop getting those fluctuations. Once that fires up. Okay. Take care, Doc. This is a fun interaction. If you've never seen this before, taking the residual. So we're making rubber and plastic here, right? And then it creates heavy oil residue as a remnant. So we're taking that heavy oil residue and we're combining it with packaged water to create packaged fuel. So we're packaging water here, combining that to create packaged fuel, and then sending that over here to unpackage the fuel and send the fuel into the fuel gens. And it actually ends up generating quite a bit of of fuel. It's pretty neat. It's enough to run 8 fuel gens. Just off of 3 refineries making rubber and plastic, so pretty cool. It's a fun interaction. I should close this in at some point too. Alright. At least it wasn't this. This is running beautifully, so I don't have to worry about it. Is it a way of making more fuel from less? Yes, Shadow, it is. The formula, so it's... Hang on, I'll show you. So we have regular fuel is 60 crude, makes 40 fuel, right? Packaged fuel is you need 40 fuel or 40 packaged fuel. Diluted packaged fuel is 30 heavy oil residue, makes 60 fuel. So 30 heavy oil residue makes 60 fuel. Whereas if you go to just residual fuel, 60 heavy oil residue makes 40 fuel. So it is significantly better in that aspect. So instead of 60 for 40, it becomes 30 for 60. So it's quite good. You do have to package water. But when you unpackage the fuel, you cycle the packages back into the packaged water. So I have basically, I think exactly how many packages I need flowing at any one time. So once you get enough of the empty packages made, you don't have to keep making them. I handmade the initial packages, yes. I handmade enough to get it started. And then, once it balanced out. Still having issues with your aluminum? Have you gotten any of the alt recipes for aluminum, Shadow? I typically don't start my aluminum production. Okay, so here's what you should do. Go find hard drives and get the alternate recipes. The first one is sloppy alumina. So instead of creating alumina solution in silica, getting so much water in the system, okay, that's a common issue. There's a couple things that you can do. One of the things that you can do is put an industrial buffer on the line, and then you just have to flush the buffer when you remember, or use valves to cut into the, to reduce the water that's coming in. So you let it get started, and then you use valves to reduce the flow rate down to exactly what you need. That way you can balance it. So even if you have more water than you need coming in from your water extractors, once it's going, then you reduce the water extractor down. You reduce the valve on the water extractors down to exactly how much you need to balance with the rest of it coming through. You can underclock your water extractors as well, yes. I find just throwing a valve on, then I don't have to worry about it. You've tried to reduce the water extractor by underclocking them? Yeah. That can be a little finicky. So I have... It's because fluid dynamics in this game, Shadow, are very not as good as everything else. They're really annoying. That's the one part I think that everybody can agree they'd like to see improve. But fluid dynamics in any video game are very difficult because you have to balance performance and stuff with fluid dynamics, and that makes it crazy. So it's not necessarily what happens is it'll get choked up into the pipeline, which is why flushing it will get it to kick back on again. But if you use valves, I'm going to head to my aluminum plant and I'll show you. I have valves at each segment so that it reduces down to exactly what I need on each refinery. But the other thing is the alternate recipes, pure aluminum and sloppy alumina, are fantastic. Sloppy alumina removes the silica from production, and then pure aluminum removes it on the other end. So it's just the alumina scrap goes straight into ingots, which is great. So it really reduces the amount of things that are going on. Into smelters too instead of foundries. Yeah, that's a big thing. I gotta finish building this. All right, so here's my aluminum production. So I have my water coming in from my extractors, right? And then I have a valve right before the feed line. So that is limiting my flow to 250 going in, or whatever you end up needing. So then on the back feed, number one, you need to have a valve. So if you're feeding your water back in, you have to put a valve where it reconnects. And I bet this is your issue. You have to put a valve there. You don't even have to adjust it, but it prevents backflow. So what's happening is your water extractors are pushing the water into the pipe that's being fed from the refinery and overfilling that pipe and causing it to choke down. So putting a valve basically makes it a stop valve so that it can't backflow. And then using the valve to limit at each segment how much is going forward from there. So then backflow valve and then a limiter. So like this is sloppy alumina and it requires 200 water per minute. So I have this limited to only feeding 90 in because this is putting out 120. If you feed it from the top as well, it will prioritize dropping into the next pipe versus being forced up, if that makes sense. Yeah. Yeah. So just putting valves on the back feed to prevent it from pushing the water down the wrong way is probably... That's the most likely issue, is not having backfeed prevention. So it's not how actual water works, but how it works in the game. Yeah, fluids in the game are very iffy. They are probably the biggest pain point in the game overall. Yeah, so then, because I have pure aluminum, it just takes the scrap in a foundry, or in a smelter instead of a foundry. So then, these three are going into, what is it, 18 smelters? And then, we're making all that other stuff. I'm going to have to increase my... my casing production, but we'll worry about that down the line. You're just making all your water pipes flat, no ups and downs? Yeah, that's absolutely fine. But you're still going to want the valve to make sure that it can only flow in one direction. That's what fixed it for me. The last save file, I just had an industrial fluid buffer slapped down, and every now and then I'd come through and just flush it so that it kept running. Alright, whilst I'm over here, whilst, you can yeah, it'll be fun. Go to here. Oops. I'll probably just go straight down on this one. Yeah. And we need an upside down one. Do I enclose? Maybe bump it out. To that one. Do that. I'll do a big door. Nice big proper door. Okay. Come on, get on the right thing. There we go. All the way to there. Okay. Oh, upside down. Inverted. Okay. You go there. You go there. You go there. You go there. Up to there. Across to there. Down to there. Okay. Yep. Okay. Then we just need to create support structure for everything. Underneath. But that should be good. Because that is just... Oh. That is just hanging in the air. Yeah, it's got to be OSHA compliant. Come on. I'm not looking to get inspected here, you know? I can't afford fines. Paint all your railings orange then? No, I won't be doing that. I'll say that I'll do it while the inspector's there, but I won't actually do it. These are going to be chrome because it's an aluminum plant. Is chrome aluminum? Yeah. Why? Da, 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 da. Chrome is chromium. Meh. Same thing. It's all the same thing. Make sure we don't accidentally lose power on the entire train line again. Okay. Let's take a ride back over to our factory. I can start getting some SAM ore going too, actually. Oh, I have to name this train. The tin train. Ba, 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 ba. So that's comboed with SAM fluctuators need wire and steel pipe in a manufacturer. Okay. I should start making some of those. Do, 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 do. So, if I get those down to a manufacturer, I should turn these off. Oh, they're even overclocked. Good lord. Alright, hang on. Let me turn you off. And then, is this full? Not quite. I'm going to turn you both off. Because I don't need all those screws right now. We'll have it here if we need it. Alright. How many do we got? Hey. Boom. Let's finish aeronautical engineering. Boom.
Milestone reached. Drones provide automated low-capacity aerial transport between drone stations. Stations need to be supplied with any kind of fuel for the drones to function. Fixit had several restrictions in place prohibiting creative use of drones. I have since removed those because I think no pioneer would ever misuse Fixit property right under their noses. Especially since everything is recorded.
Alright. 1,000 cable, 200 heavy modular frames. That's all very doable. That's all very doable. Supercomputers are going to be something I got to get going. Yeah, I got all that. Can I can take all that. Good. Goodbye. Okay. Yeah. I know. I know. I gotta make lunches, apparently. Rude children. God, I need to redo this so bad. Once I break down those manufacturers that are up top, that are making the previous phase stuff, I can move those around and then I can take down all of this spaghetti. All the time? Yeah, every day. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Completely ridiculous. Alright. I think I'm good. Ish. I gotta move these high tension wires and stuff. But these I already shut this one down. This one's done. Because I have a lot of versatile frames. We're still making adaptive control units, which we need. But I can move that production. And then modular engines I think we will also need. I think. It's used in something. I guess, well, maybe not yet. Or maybe it's one of the ones that I haven't unlocked yet. I don't remember. Anyway, I have some work to do to make this not look like a series of floating platforms. Like you do. I might add... One of the things that I like to do is create, like, really shallow floors. Something like that. And then I use that to run belts in between floors. So doing something like that there. And then maybe... I don't think I have this... Nah, I definitely don't have the space to do it down here. But here, I definitely do. So, like, drop a ceiling, like... Not quite that tight. Put a ceiling there, and then you do, like, that. Then we got a full floor-ish here. This could also be moved up and down, but then this will be the gap floor where we can run belts and whatnot. With a little... basically hide the spaghetti in a crawl space. Is what it does, so... alright, let me make a save. That is all the time I got. Thanks for hanging out, everybody. Really appreciate it. I hope you all had fun. I know I did. Probably going to have a backwards stream tomorrow. We'll probably work on train bridges and whatnot tomorrow on the second channel for an hour or two. And then I'll be back here on Wednesday. And we'll continue with trying to get the Phase 4 stuff into production. So, but we did actually get a whole bunch of stuff together today. Got stuff that I've been trying to get into production, and I'm pretty happy with we made progress today. Fixed things, and, you know, like I know what I'm doing. Yeah. Have a fantastic rest of your Monday, everybody. I will see you bright and early Wednesday morning for more Satisfactory right here around 8:30 a.m. Eastern Time. So until then, as always, as ever, remember, be good to each other. Bye, everybody.